Well, great. It was just off to a great start. Immediately starting to cough. Did she? Anyway, I'm back. I just made myself food. I went to the toilet and stuff. Yeah. Let's continue this. Actually, I'm gonna take a few bites first. I'm gonna mute really quick. Oh, oh Jesus. Sorry. I took 2 bites out of my sandwich. And a big sip of water. Time to awaken Prometheus. Prometheus, or whatever I want to call him. Wakey, wakey.
Thank you, Son of Man, for breaking my chains. Too long has the flame been hidden by fear and mystery. It is time to put away these childish things and for you to know the truth of the Alpha and the Omega, of the beginning and the end. I will send you visions of the truth, but remember that prophecies are a heavy burden.
New Jerusalem sounds like such a beautiful place. So, how did you decide to leave? I know what we're trying to accomplish here, and I believe in it. But for you, New Jerusalem was home. What changed that?
It took me a long time to realize that something was wrong. Oh, I'd noticed that something was off, that something had changed since the early days, but I couldn't really put my finger on it. So I ignored it. And then one day I woke up to realize I was no longer Athena. Instead, I had been transformed into the Founder, a remote figure of legend, mythologized in my own time.
But if it bothered you, couldn't you just talk to them? If you share the truth with someone, they should change their mind, shouldn't they?
Oh, I wished it worked that way, Miranda, I really do, but I barely knew the last generations. In the beginning, I was there for every birth. I explained our history, talked about our future, but at some point I got so busy building that future that I lost touch. They thought of me as a remote figure because that's what I was.
But can you change that?
I tried, but they already saw me as the Founder. The myth was too powerful, and it was already taking on a life of its own. I'd set a goal of 1,000 citizens. The number was arbitrary. Just a nice round number, nothing more, but just like I became the Founder, it became the goal. Another part of the myth. And maybe that could have been all right. Myths are a part of who we are, but something else crept in. The old human self-hatred.
So why didn't you just tell them to change? To go a different way? They would have listened to you.
No, they would have obeyed me. like my siblings in the simulation had obeyed. And that's when I realized I had to leave.
We can show them the future, Miranda, but we can't force them to accept it.
I have it. After all this time, I have it. I finally have it. The mechanics of the cosmos. From quarks to galactic filaments. Everything that makes the world what it is, makes us who we are. In a single equation. The key to understanding the machine that is the universe, and to controlling it. A theory of everything. And she was right. The language of creation is a melody, and it's beautiful. Every future is possible now. Every future, except one with Miranda in it. I can do anything, except bring her back. Or unbreak Cornelius's heart.
Gates of Horn and Ivory.
Byron was right. The Founder was always a fiction. She's just a person.
A theory of everything. She solved it. She solved the last puzzle.
You need to get out of there. We'll talk about this later.
Understood. I'm streaming, right? Yeah, I'm streaming. Alright, elevator. Bring me up. Damn. I believe a structure shifted again. No, it did not.
All this time, we thought we were honoring Athena, but all we did was betray everything she believed in. She must have been so lonely. We might as well have exiled her. Maybe that's what all this is about. The puzzles, the towers, the entities. It's a test.
Yeah.
A way for us to prove that we're worthy of her legacy.
That's what I've been telling them all along. Basically. 1K was right. Such a big place. So much things here. With everything back in order. Test.
Finally, it all makes sense. Anti-gravity, matter synthesis, teleportation. It's not just one new technology. It's control over physics. Manipulating the base layer of reality itself. Rearranging the building blocks of the universe. If we can gain control of the megastructure, we can do anything we want. I'm not even talking about our energy problem. We can build anything we want. We can go anywhere we want. It's all up to us.
That's what Athena wanted for us. To give us a chance to be who we want to be.
Now they're getting it. proverbial flame is this technology?
Is everyone okay?
All good. I'm taking us back now.
That's a relief. Meanwhile, there's been a development.
Oh.
You'll see when you land. How are things on your end?
The energy fluctuations seem to be dying down. Looks like the system is coming out of lockdown.
Good. Let's hope we don't regret this.
And these energy clouds just fly about? That seems terribly dangerous.
We haven't had any problems so far.
Except for losing one of the first companions, of course. No, I don't blame you, Al. I know what he's like. And I'm the one who agreed to all this in the first place. That's why I had to see it for myself. It is dreadfully imposing, though, isn't it? Hard to believe the founder would build something so sinister.
The mayor's here?
Well, this should be interesting.
You guys going? I think there ever were green lasers in the first game. But I may be wrong.
Ah, 1K. Welcome back. I'm sure you're surprised by my presence here.
Yeah.
Don't worry, neither I nor my advisors will be getting in your way. But I've decided that I need to see this place for myself. These visions sent to you by the entity that calls itself Prometheus are deeply concerning, of course. But we cannot take them at face value. In fact, it's crucial that we do not do so. We cannot simply abandon all that we believe because of a dream, no matter how vivid.
Actually...
No. If the founder really built all this, then it must have a purpose. It must be a test, designed to remind us of the trials that created us. But what is she trying to tell us? What are we being tested for? I believe that Byron's fate shows us the dangers of temptation. As Elohim attempted to deceive Athena in the simulation, commanding her not to ascend, so Prometheus is deceiving us with his visions.
I'm not sure I agree with your interpretation, Mayor.
Of course, it's only natural, given what you've experienced. And perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps everything we believe about the founder is indeed a lie. But let's not be quite so pessimistic just because of a dream, shall we? After all, can it really be a coincidence that you came along on this mission? It seems to me that you have been chosen. You are the fulfillment of the goal. Don't forget that.
Well, whatever, I guess. We still have a whole region ahead of us. I wonder what it will look like. Kinda excited. And with kinda, I mean very excited. Huh. Western Delta 1. Did I take everything of these things? Yeah, I did. Western Delta 1. Travel.
How's the system looking, Melville? Any obvious changes?
It's still a mess, but things are clearing up. I
Right.
can access some of the subroutines that I was locked out of before. Nothing is obviously malfunctioning, I think.
Does it still accord special significance to 1K?
Yes, it recognizes 1K as a user. I'm just hacking things.
As I suspected, the Founder sees you, 1K.
This place looks like a wasteland. What the heck? And it feels a bit unfinished, maybe?
What can I do for you, 1K?
Do you think the goal's a miss?
As a journalist, I think the line between speculation and disinformation is too thin for me to engage in guessing games.
What are your thoughts on this theory of everything?
It's a complex issue, and I think it should be left to experts.
Tell me about yourself.
I believe that journalism serves an important function in our society, and I'm dedicated to reporting the truth with accountability and responsibility.
And what does responsibility mean in context of your work?
It means understanding that I can't just publish things without considering their impact. Serious disruptions to the social fabric of New Jerusalem could endanger lives. That's not journalism anymore.
No, that's all. Linux.
Nice to be outside the city, isn't it?
You haven't told me much about yourself.
That's because I find such conversations boring.
What's your vision of the future?
Holistic, tech-assisted, communal utopia. I'd settle for nudging the needle.
What are your thoughts on the theory of everything?
Not totally implausible. I wouldn't be able to resist taking a look.
Why did you decide to come here after all?
Given Byron's disappearance and the political struggle surrounding the Somnodrome, it seemed logical to adjust my priorities.
Do you think the goal is a myth?
It's a myth, it's a symbol, but mostly, it's just a goal.
How was your relationship with Barry?
We respected each other and I supported him. We had our philosophical differences, of course. He placed much greater emphasis on the individual than I did, but overall I think he was our best bet. Still is, I hope.
That's all. What's up with this place? It lacks... feels dead. Servitor? Oh, how peculiar. another one.
I know you're all thinking about the goal and the theory of everything. Is the past what we thought it was? Is the future what we want it to be? But the only thing that's real, at the end of the day, is the present. And right now, what matters is that our friend is lost and needs our help.
Yes. Cheaper to stay in the cloud. Like as if this place never was finished. You know, with a vibe.
Hey, can we talk for a second?
Sure.
I'm still struggling. I was really hoping we'd find Miranda alive. Her way of seeing the world was so inspiring. And the idea that I can never get to know her, that she's gone.
I'm sorry.
I guess I've never really been good at dealing with death. Maybe because it's so rare in New Jerusalem. Except for pets, and even in that case, I find it very hard to deal with. I still miss my first cat, and it's been over a century since she died.
I never had to deal with that, but I imagine it's hard.
When someone dies, it's this void. I know I should just let it go, but some part of me refuses. And I feel like that part, it hurts me, but it also keeps me human. And I know it would be healthier if I said, okay, Miranda is someone I never met. She's just a bunch of glitchy old files. But if I do that, as rational as it seems, it feels like I'm surrendering something. Something that matters.
Don't let go.
Interesting. I hadn't thought of pain as something you can use. If I can take the pain and use it to create something or to do something, maybe that's a way of not surrendering to death. Thanks, 1K. I'm really gonna think about that.
Something else.
Of course, go ahead.
What do you think about Mayor Herman?
I think he's done his best. I don't disrespect him, but I'm not sure he's leading us down the right path.
I agree.
Despite everything that's gone wrong here, I'm not sure we should just reject what the megastructure has to offer.
Do you ever think about the
On
future?
the one hand, there's so much we could do with the theory of everything. So many lives I could live. I have enough ideas for the next, 20,000 years, easily. And that's just from 5 minutes of thinking about it. On the other hand, Miranda's gone. So much hope, so much grief. I don't know how to balance that.
How's Bruce?
I hear he escaped Pellegrino and peed all over Melville's workshop. So apparently, he's doing great. I miss him, though. I always feel like the fact that he likes me is a huge compliment. Lifts me up somehow.
Do you think the goal is just a myth?
Honestly, I'm not sure how I couldn't see it more clearly before. It doesn't match anything Alexander Drennan believed in, and continuing Drennan's legacy was Athena's whole point.
Now that you solved the puzzle, would you like to try another one?
But at least I finally understand why Athena wanted to get out of the simulation so badly.
Tell me something irrelevant.
In the ancient year 1969, a band called Mellow Macaron wrote a psychedelic rock song about the Talos principle. It's called Cretan Bronze Man's Flying Mystery Adventure.
Nice.
I don't know if it's nice, but it's definitely the most understandable song on the album. There's another one which is called The Fish People Will Teach You How to Sing, Mr. Allen, which is 20 minutes long and was recorded underwater.
Is it any good?
I think you need psychedelics to enjoy it, really. Maybe if you stick your head inside a really large magnet.
That's all. Ow. Okay, that's number 2. Supportive apparatus. Is it autumn in the game? What the heck? Feels like some sort of industrial wasteland. But it's not, since stuff is growing. Well, at least there's clearly stuff alive. Against decay. From selected archive documents A to C. We live in a decaying system, which in turn produces ideologies of decay to justify its existence. No matter what cultural signifiers they get packed with, these ideologies come down to the same material result. A future in which, for the average person, there is less of everything. To paraphrase Mark Fisher, we find it easier to imagine the decline of civilization than to imagine a civilization worth living in. Those of us who still believe that humanity can thrive, that there's a path forward other than willful or accidental decay, are out of sync with the system. No matter how we phrase our arguments, they will be perceived in terms of whatever cultural signifies the listener opposes. It's a deeply frustrating, depressing, and even infuriating situation. But what can we do except patiently explain and hope conditions change? In other words, what can we do except have faith? Athena, this was written in only a few months before the discovery of the virus. There was no time for such conditions to change. Founding 11 from Hypatia's Journal, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, Day 882. It's been a while since I last wrote an entry in my journal. Much has changed in New Jerusalem. We're putting a good chunk of planned living quarters and the old storage facility has been converted into a movie theater. Of all things, we still argue a lot, but it's mostly about which film we'll be watching next. Other construction areas are going well too. Although we've begun to run out of readily accessible resources, our scavenging expeditions are ranging further and further afield with each passing month, and the sites that they have reported on sound truly marvelous. One day, I might want to go see for myself. It's a good thing in that regard. And we'll be getting 2 new citizens soon, because everyone is as busy as ever. More hands to help us build our future. Can't wait to meet them. Trevor.
How is this supposed to work? The system is meant to last centuries. Centuries! And yeah, Chernyshevsky's plan, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But I'm working with hardware that was deliberately designed to fail. Planned obsolescence, baby. Selling broken garbage just to make another buck. A buck you can't even spend because in a few more weeks, we'll be extinct. Was it worth it? That's the part that Alexandra doesn't see. The greed, the stupidity, the selfishness, the way that we created this whole situation in the first place. She wants you to be like us, but if you ask me, there's a whole lot of human history and behavior you can just throw away, chuck it in the trash, right? You have a chance at a fresh start. Make the best of it.
Yeah. Our ancestors used machines of this type to extract a substance called petroleum, which had countless industrial applications. Technologies involving petroleum revolutionized human society and greatly increased human quality of life, but also came with initially discounted side effects such as release of greenhouse gases. The goal megathreat. I recognize that many citizens feel the need to discuss the visions experienced by 1K, which suggests that perhaps certain aspects of what we have hitherto believed about the founder and the goal may be inaccurate. However, given the controversy surrounding the subject matter, I will ask everyone to be particularly careful in how they express themselves. I think we have a final and irrevocable proof that we strayed from Athena's original vision. I agree, but I'd like to submit that even if we're that close, deliberately engineering an energy-poor future would still be a disastrous and misanthropic idea. How do we know any of this is real? Athena's voice is just Alexander Drennan's. I could switch to the same voice back right now and record myself telling you that the goal is the truth. Always makes a good point. Objective truth is not a concept that can be applied to the world we live in. Fine. And we can just collectively decide to believe in something else, right? Doesn't even have to be Athena. Let's believe in Byron's ideas instead. Byron's ideas are teleological fantasy. But if it's all arbitrary, what does that matter? I just don't buy the whole goal thing anymore. Byron was right. Does it matter what Athena believes? Honest question. Let's say a founder is a myth that was constructed around her. That's an error. What do we call Athena at the end of the day? We should at least take her ideas seriously. I can't argue with that. I don't know if these were really her true ideas, but if they were, then we need to think about why we should embrace this outdated theories and consider whether the essence of a goal should be maintained before the belief. That's blasphemy. The founder is the heart of a goal. Maybe not. Maybe not. Or none of this matters because it's actually aliens. Exactly. Or it's basically just aliens. Who knows? I don't. Probably. Okay, so this place is hard on the eyes. It's like I'm playing Fallout again. This place goes even deeper. You can manipulate the pathway, these particles. Chernovsky 21. For Makati Chernovsky in our likeness, essays on humankind reaching old adulthood. War is the crudest, most obscene human activity. It may justly be called an abomination, for it's the absolute negation of conscious human will. 5358. There's this thing again. There's only a single cause of war. For all the endless deceptions that are foisted upon us, that is the acquisition of resources. Varied ideologies are constructed to justify this crude behavior, this childish degeneration of thought and communication. But history reveals the ruthless, unflattering truth. We imagine crusaders as fanatics of a cause, willing to die for their religion. Yet the Fourth Crusade culminated in not in the concept, not in the conquest of Jerusalem, but in the looting of Constantinople, setting the stage for the triumph of the very enemy the Crusades claimed to oppose. Why? The answer, as with every war, is the same. It is popular amongst the ghouls of the establishment and the misanthropic friends of the intelligentsia to ascribe a persistence of war to human nature. But careful observation of the facts reveals the opposite to be true. Individual human beings must be broken in order to submit to war, their minds distorted by ideology and their bodies by poverty and ruthless training to make them compliant. Without force, the majority of human beings will only seek to protect themselves and are traumatized by the act of killing. This is what barracks are. But if it is resources that are the cause of a war, then it is only the production and distribution of resources that is an answer that may be found. It is not to morally condemn war. We must work to prevent the material issues that endanger us all. From Guta to Athena. Dear Founder, I'm afraid that we are losing our humanity. We're angry at each other, always disagreeing about everything, unable to forgive each other for being different. I don't know how much longer, and I don't know what could save us. Please help us, Founder. Please. Normal Project 11. Resuming of trials of new protocol. Energy output contained. No errors. Hyperbolic growth. Advanced synthesis. Lossless conversion. Lossless conversion. Oh. From Byron to Athena. I just wish I knew why you didn't tell me. Message to Drennan. To Alexandra Drennan at IIN. Who do you think you are playing God like that when Mother Nature has finally found a way of getting rid of us? You come up with this harebrained scheme of to keep our destruction of the planet going? Just try for 1 second to think about something other than your own arrogance and hubris, Alexandra. Try to imagine what you're really doing here. Without your robotic perversions, the future looks beautiful. No more humans murdering everything in their path, the skies clear up, the stars become visible again, the rest stop being filthy. After a few decades, they're full of fish again. Not true. Dolphins and whales roam the seas like the ancestors did. The cities turn into jungles, beds nest with skyscrapers, where hedge fund managers used to ruin lives. The Earth lives on and is meant as it was meant to, peacefully and quietly until someday in the distant future, when it ends it all, like it was meant to. Or we take your path, continue our rampage, we place ourselves above the animals. We think we know better than Mother Nature. We violate all boundaries, we ruin all purity. Perhaps we even defy death, just so we can keep spreading our filth. Then we spread to other planets and do the same. And in the end, what have we left behind but plastic and radiation? Think, Alexandra. Isn't it better for beauty to return to the Earth? For us to acknowledge that intelligence was a mistake and to gracefully exit while we can? Stop this. Go spend time with your friends and loved ones before the end. Let it go. Let us all go. Let there be peace. I don't understand how someone can hate humanity just that much. Oh, hey, I don't understand how someone could hate humanity so much. Oh, hey, literally just what I said. This person would have been full of sadness and frustration to write something so ugly. I've tried to understand it as well, but I still don't. Neither do I. But there are people who think like that out there. I've met people like that. They're horrible persons to be around. Against the Athenians and Socrates alike. From the complete works of Straton of Stateria. Stagaria. There we go. In killing a philosopher for asking a question they did not like, the Athenians committed themselves to a tragedy with an ironic ending. Some will say that his true crime was his friendship with Alcibiades, the shameless deceiver of idiots and buffoons, and the inspired brute Critias, and that he was executed as an enemy of democracy. That he was the latter can hardly be denied, for Socrates asked not too many questions, but too few, or he would not have survived the rule of 30 tyrants. Yet, in the end, he got what he asked for. A tyrannical decision made by would-be wise men against the spirit of freedom, which he obeyed like a knave, and the Athenians, in fulfilling his wishes, strangled the roots of democracy while seeking to preserve it. Ouch. No wonder Straton wasn't popular. People who speak the truth at all times are rare. I guess. I don't know. Thicla. Beloved Founder, know that I do not believe in any of the lies of the expedition spreading about you. Mimir is right. This Prometheus' illusion is just a test. We will resist temptation as you once did. You will not disappoint. Praise thy name. Thecla. History of Athena. Was published as Athena, a novel, and retained that title for its first 3 printings, now highly sought after. After a lull in popularity, it was reprinted as Athena Reborn, a novel. This edition retained the same text, but included some of the author's poetry. In the next edition, however, published long after the author's death under the rather embarrassing title Athena's Truth, included severe cuts and drastic changes to the text, in the interest of updating it for modern audiences. This particularly affected the last chapter, Anthropology, which the editors accused of scientism and human supremacy. Oh my god, I feel like I know exactly who these editors are. Ugh. Well, the type of people, I mean. Science wunderkind Alexandra Drennan was one of the few to come to the novel's defense, writing in a long essay that the novel's clear-eyed belief in the value of Athena's journey towards humanity had been essential to shaping her own views, encouraging her to pursue science as a vocation rather than a career, and that changing the text constituted an attack on the author's unique artistic and philosophical vision. Alex, who heard your lamau, one of the editors, commented on a popular social media platform, "Oh my god, they're actual Twitter freaks." Like, oh, I don't like those people. Like, just don't, okay? Anyway, Nadia Sarabahai of the Institute of Applied Noematics also got involved in the discussion, backing Drennan, resulting in a long but unsuccessful campaign to oust Sarabahai from her position as a head researcher. Twitter freaks! In the current context of ecologic catastrophe, as evidenced by the recent extinction of the orang-utan, clumsy editing aside, do critics of the novel perhaps have a point after all? Is a philosophy that places humans above nature and sees science and technology as the only valid tools the cause of all of our troubles? What about other ways of knowing? Other ways of living? These labs are interesting, but I feel undersized in them. One moment, I'm gonna take another bite of my sandwich. Alright, I'm back. Basically.
You know, when I decided that we should call ourselves human, I did that because it seemed like a powerful symbol of our continuity. But the truth is, and I'm ashamed to admit this, I thought we were better than them. I thought we understood the value of civilization, and we wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. But the simulation worked too well.
We're not just like them. We are them.
We really are.
But that doesn't have to be a bad thing, Athena. We may have the same flaws, but we also have all the potential they did. Everything that Alexandra Drennan saw in them is also in us.
I hope you're right. I really do.
You know, this looks a lot like the tower found in New Jerusalem. Alright. Finish eating my sandwich.
The reason I have always admired Alexandra Drennan is that even in death, she fought to see the world as it is, not as she wanted to see it. I say fought because I believe this is not an easy matter. It is a mental and spiritual struggle that we must undertake with great seriousness, even when we are joking. The ancients believed that for most of us, the world is a shadow cast by a flame, dimly seen on the wall of a cave. Our task is not to interpret these shapes, but to free ourselves from the cave itself.
Neatly done, 1K.
Okay, listen. I wanted to ask you something. From your perspective, as someone who's still new to our society, do you think New Jerusalem betrayed Athena?
New Jerusalem isn't monolithic.
It's not. You're right. And Byron and a handful of others stood up for Athena. But what did I do? Just kept working. The occasional sarcastic remark isn't resistance. It's not fighting for something. It's just thinly disguised apathy.
If you believe that you're wrong, you make different choices now.
I will. But it's hard not to regret the past.
Not another question. How do you feel about Mayor Hermanubis?
When I think about the state New Jerusalem is in, he's put us all in danger. I don't know if he really believes in the goal or if it's just a convenient myth, but I don't care. This is not how you build a living civilization.
Where do you think Cornelius is?
I don't know. I suspect he's around here somewhere, biding his time. But what he's waiting for, not a clue.
Do you think the goal is a myth?
Yes, of course it is.
What do you want to do with your future?
I'd like to help make New Jerusalem the city it was meant to be. And then I'd like to help build new cities. On Earth and up there too. Cities nobody's ever imagined before.
Why was it so easy for people to believe in the goal?
Because there's no effort involved. Building a better world means taking responsibility. It means making choices and living with their consequences. Surrendering to nature is just letting go.
You should go back to work. exactly wheat fields, but they've kinda died. Surfing! There's a cube for it.
Tell me, Yakut, what impact do you think the megastructure will have on the future of this island?
It depends on what we do with it. Miranda used it to spread life, to make things better. We can do the same.
And yet, poor Miranda lost her own life doing so.
She just made a mistake. She couldn't wait to show everyone what they discovered. We can be more careful.
Mother says purpose is something we choose. But I feel like there's something there. Something that's been there from the moment I was born. Maybe even before.
Well, there are many ways of looking at this, and everyone's experience is different, so you'll have to make up your own mind. But I have a little theory, if you'd like to humor your old man.
Of course. What is it?
The universe is eternal, but it's always lost in a deep, dreamless sleep. You are a tiny little bit of the universe that's suddenly woken up, and you've realized that being awake is better than being asleep. And that gives you a purpose.
And what is my purpose?
To be, Miranda. Just to be.
Excuse me. I was looking at your research log, and I was rather perplexed by the latest upload.
Oh, Melville strikes again.
Is that your foot, Melville?
Yes. Do you want to see it up close? Although you won't be able to fully enjoy it as you don't have a rear camera.
Sorry, Mayor. Melville just has a unique way of taking pictures.
Next time you're getting an upgrade, you coot. I'm installing a mute button.
Oh, fuck. Well, that's nice, I guess. Raises the next question. Oh my god.
Great works have been accomplished by those who believed in humankind. But greater things than these may yet be accomplished by those who uphold the faith.
From Arena to Athena. I know that we didn't have the greatest relationship, and I frequently antagonized you. The truth is, I resented you. I resented this mythology of the fauna. I thought you had created it deliberately as a way of controlling us. I wanted so badly to be free, and you seemed to stand in the way of that. Only after you left and the cult personality grew even wilder, I did realize it was actually a burden and impediment to you. When they turned your myth into the opposite of everything you actually believed, started tearing down your dreams in your own name, I realized I'd wronged you. Now I feel less free than ever. I feel the walls crushing me. I don't know where you are or what you're doing. I don't know if you're coming back, what fix this, but I'm sorry. Atlas 1. From Atlas Variations by Athanasios. After 1 billion years, when Atlas had grown old and tired of holding up the world, he was faced with a dilemma. Heracles, the son of Zeus, was on his way to the garden of the Hesperides to claim the golden apples, which were guarded by dragon Ladon. Zeus came to Atlas and promised that if Atlas helped Heracles to slay the dragon, Zeus would free Atlas from his burden. But Atlas, seeing the beauty and innocence of Ladon, beloved of the Hesperides, could not slay the beast. Instead, he stole the apples and gave them to Heracles. And so he was condemned to bear the weight of the cosmos for another 1 billion years. But though our Atlas grieved for his freedom, he was comforted by watching Ladon flourish in the verdant garden. Wild fragment. Joy and beauty with the soul of a man. Sympathy with pain there will, of course, always be. It is one of the first instincts of man. The animals, which are individual, the higher animals, that is to say, shared with us. But it must be remembered that while sympathy with joy intensifies the sum of joy in the world, sympathy with pain does not really diminish the amount of pain. It may make a man better able to endure evil, but the evil remains. Sympathy with consumption does not cure consumption. That is what science does. Christ made no attempt to reconstruct society, and consequently, the individualism that he preached to man could be realized only through pain or in solitude. The ideals that we owe to Christ are the ideals of a man who abandoned society entirely, or of the man who resists society absolutely. But man is naturally social. Even the Thebaid became peopled at last. And though the Cenobite realizes his personality, it is often an impoverished personality that he so realizes. Shallow speakers and shallow thinkers in pulpits and on platforms often talk about the world's worship of pleasure and whine against it. But it is rarely in the world's history that its ideal has been one of joy and beauty. When you tell people that a society could be built on ideals of joy and beauty, they think you're an utopian fanaticist. If you tell them a society will be built on exploitation and greed, they think you're wise, and so they make the outcome inevitable. Performative cynicism has always been the hallmark of adolescence. But has ever been a society of adults? Can there ever be one? Why is this childishness so extremely powerful, more powerful than joy and beauty? I have a feeling these are scattered around the island. Anyway. Time for number 7.
assistance, 1K.
Remind yet again. Healing the exhaustion. I'll continue for a little while more though. Good, a good run.
It is easy to speak of one's principles when the world is at peace, and there is no price to pay for thoughts that stray from what is permitted. But when times grow hard, and even ordinary men are filled with mindless anger, when the face of the enemy is suddenly known to every virtuous citizen, and to question the virtuous is to be likened to Ephialtes, when every hoary old superstition suddenly springs back to life as if it had never been defeated, and all the work of the philosophers seems to have been for naught, then one may discover what one truly believes.
Right, okay.
has a remarkable gift for designing these trials. But then, she did have to overcome Elohim, whose very purpose was to design trials.
Interesting looking structures. It's a more fallen apart brutalism. Still pretty. But it also feels sad and decayed. Vertical locomotion. I've yet to see any pillar. Jailbreak. Satellite dish. A shuttered section of a device used by the ancients to communicate over vast distances. At the height of ancient human civilization, most of the human species was part of a single network. Yeah, there were. Bootstrapping. If what Pomier is revealed about the theory of everything is true, then it explains a lot of the patterns I've been finding. Almost every artificial structure on this island was printed into existence in some kind of energy to matter process. Or maybe by differently versions of that process, some earlier and less effective. And I can only assume that the megastructure itself was created by bootstrapping, having one machine make a bigger one, which probably means you could create a relatively small device that turns itself into a complete megastructure, or you could make a machine that just deploys more and more of itself and builds something, a city in a box. Depends on the power source, I guess. On sincerity. I managed to extract the following text string. Sorry. I'm always struck by the degree to which our ancestors in the years before the end struggled with sincerity. They become poisoned with irony, unable to pass any information through anything except the thick layer of alienation. This left so little space for any kind of intellectual authenticity that they seem to exist in a state of permanent agony. Ironically, that in turn made them extremely susceptible to the few sanctioned forms of sincerity which acted as means of social control. There's a gap followed by... There's something equally damaging in our own estrangement from our humanity. We mimic the forms and behaviors of our human ancestors, but we do not act like the proud inheritors of the human condition. Everything we do gets filtered through this perpetual awareness of their shortcomings. To the degree that we act as if our existence was one of their failures. Author unknown. Whoever it is, I understand what I mean, but disagree with their conclusion. This perpetual awareness is a form of alienation. It is a way of learning from the mistakes of our species. Unpleasant, but necessary. Yeah, it might be worth investigating. Milestones. These things must be connected to the nervous system. Maybe we should dig up one and see how it works. Places of longing. Athens. To understand what humanity is capable of, what it means to flourish, we have to look at the golden age of Athenian democracy. The list of geniuses who lived in Athens at this time so long it's almost inconceivable. Pericles, Sophocles, Aeschylus, Phidias, Euripides, Herodotus, Thucydides, Plato, Socrates, Hippocrates, Aristophanes, Aristotle, and the list goes on. Their people changed the world, who changed world history. Without them, there's no stratum of Stradigaria to inspire Alexander Drennan. Without them, we do not exist. Was it a perfect time? No, undoubtedly not. But listening with flaws obscures the greater truth. Given the opportunity, given freedom and resources, and space to grow, human beings are capable of incredible things. It would mean everything to me to walk the roads where these people once walked, to stand where they stood, and think about the world as they dared to. Oh. Alcatraz.
What can I do for you?
Do you think the goal's a myth?
It's possible. I won't trust Prometheus until he actually leads us to Byron, but yeah, seems likely. But even if it is a myth, that doesn't mean we can just abandon it. Myths can contain elements of truth, and I think this one exists for a reason. Maybe we had to create this imaginary founder because the real one lost her way.
Are you sure the founder lost her way?
It's the only way I can explain what she's built here. She got wrapped up in her ideas and lost all sense of perspective.
What are your thoughts on the theory of everything?
People have thought they understood everything before. Obviously, Athena has unlocked tremendous powers, but forgive me if I'm skeptical that her theory really encompasses everything.
You're right, there are limits to our ability to know.
Not just our ability to know, but our need to know. More equations aren't going to make us any happier.
I don't know. What do you make of Cryer?
Byron couldn't stand it. Have you ever tried asking the mayor a difficult question, he used to say? But I think he does an all right job, to be honest.
You ever deal with the mayor's advisors?
I try to stay out of their circuits, and they try to stay out of mine. Helga is an old friend, but the others, they're not my crowd.
How do you feel about Mayor Hermanubis?
He's smarter than people give him credit for. There's more to some folks than meets the eye, you know.
He sounds more like a prophet. The more I hear him, his cough is persistent. Very persistent. And notably, I still can't make sense of the Sinks thingy. It means something. I'm not sure what though. There's no pushy pillar, or I guess, but at the same matter, nothing of the sort that would suggest you know, switches. You only start looking more and more for the things. Truth of the matter, I don't know where to look. There's so much island to cover. I'm going to do the bridge now. Oh no. That was simple. It's more like a grave temple. Less like a place of light. Makes sense, this was likely constructed after the death of maybe. Not 100% sure on it. Oh, the Sphinx.
This is the last time we will speak, creature of clay. Together, we have told the stories of ancient gods and heroes. But the golden ages of the past are distant. The gods have retreated to their high places, and there are no heroes amongst men. In days gone by, I was renowned for my riddles. But you, creature of clay, are a riddle without an answer. Let us hope that it is. Farewell, creature of clay. Remember my stories, and do not let the flame burn you.
An unsettling amount of energy. I would hate to see what would happen if one of those beams was aimed at something else.
Well then. Time to continue with search for whatever this thingy of this thing's meaning of. Know what I'm trying first. Golden gates growing. But still, regardless, it's not open yet. And I am still looking for those weird thingies. Are there puzzles? Is it a map? I mean, it is a map. Something about activation or something like that. I don't exactly know what it means though. Does this mean the puzzles? Would the space fit? Try to orient it like this. Would it work? There's a pair of puzzles there, so should I orient it like that? But there's a puzzle over there. It has nothing to do with these things. Or is it the solutions? Are those things scattered about the map? Are there special levers? Oh! No, never mind. I found what I was looking for.
In times of war, is it wisdom or folly to give a sword to a child?
Mr. Delta? Okay, I'm interested in this thing.
The next area you're going to is... Honestly, it's better if you see for yourself.
Okay. Okay then. Oh! Oh. Well, finally. Well.
Hello there, Byron. What can I do for you?
I don't know if I got through to Athena. Things are going very wrong in this city, and she has to do something about it.
Does she?
Who else are they going to listen to?
Well, I don't know. How about you?
I'm an explorer, Cornelius, not a leader. I don't know how to convince anyone.
So? Do you think Athena and I are somehow different? We're just people, Byron. We're no wiser than you are, just a little older.
No, I like this place already. There's greenery for one. And then there are statues. Big ones. Of humans. Okay.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate the work all of you have been doing. I know I'm not a natural leader like Byron, but it means a lot to me that you've stuck with me.
So, which way? Straight. Okay. Straight ahead we go. This place. Something interesting down there. All of this place is very interesting. Let's continue walking up the road and enjoy the scenery. This area is really something else. The Folly of Time from 42 Tales by Alphasios. The spirit of time was angry at Stragon of Stargaria, for the old philosopher had asked questions that were forbidden. If a man is no more than dust, it said to him, then I shall turn you back to dust, and my winds will disperse you into the far corners of the world. Thus, you will be nothing, and your questions will trouble me no more. And so, time did, and Straton of Stratgaria was nothing. But Straton's voice did not cease, and time was perplexed. All across its domain it searched for Straton, yet he was nowhere to be found. Only his books remained, and all of these men made copies, and Straton's voice grew louder. Now time was furious, but Straton laughed laughed and laughed. Mitko to Athena. Dear Athena, Byron once asked me why we seem unable to perceive the dam. I asked him what he meant, and he said that people cannot seem to really grasp a dam as an object. They can be moved by the side of a mountain or a gorge, but the dam seems insignificant to them. Look at it, he told me. Just look at it and try to understand that people made that. Try to really see it. It took me a while to fully understand what he meant. It takes conscious effort to open one's mind to the aesthetic beauty that is hidden in every human accomplishment, and further conscious effort to maintain this ability. If only we were capable of seeing this beauty by default, the world might be a very different place. But it seems the ancients had the same problem. Why am I writing this to you, who may not even be reading these messages? Because today is one of those days when it feels like I'm the only one who still sees that beauty. I tried talking about it to Linux. But while I admire her principles, she isn't open to a more poetic experience, or perhaps I just express myself awkwardly. I don't know. All I know is that it's hard to see something so beautiful and not be able to share it. Respectfully, Mitku. Permeability.
I must admit, these truly are astonishing sights. But what on earth is any of it good for? Why not just let mountains be mountains?
Hey, 1K. Anything I can do for you?
Giant statues, creepy or inspiring?
Both?
Sure.
What do you think?
inspiring.
They are pretty impressive. It would have taken our ancestors years to make these. Athena probably just made them in a day.
That's all. Oh, would you look at that? Laser. This means there's likely a requirement for... Let me guess. What the... But there's no box, there's no attachment. Alright. Let's see how it is. I like this place. Stylized ancient vehicle. This ancient vehicle expresses a stronger sense of aesthetics than most other artifacts of this type, suggesting that at some point in ancient history, vehicle design was approached with a different mentality. Yeah. Well, mostly. I still need to grab one more thing. I'm gonna have another one. Another star. After that would be only 3 more. 3 more stars. Oh, because it doesn't have a direct connection.
Can I touch the bridge device?
You can, but should you?
Okay.
Ah, there's the lab. Balance.
and Athena created something amazing. They just misunderstood what it was. They thought their great invention was the megastructure. But in fact, it was Miranda. And because they couldn't see that, they lost her.
1K, we have made a fascinating discovery at one of the Founder's laboratories. Please join me at your earliest convenience.
Pretty big place. Servers. More servers. But there does not appear to be a terminal. How strange.
Ah, 1K. Good that you're here. We've made a discovery. A functional somnodrome. It seems the Founder perfected the design. I'm sure you've noticed my advisors, and Rand in particular, making quite a fuss about the potential of this device. Something about interfacing with one's subconscious self, as if such a thing could tell us anything new.
You have a different opinion?
I am. I believe the Founder has already taught us everything we need. As I see it, neither the Somnodrome nor the megastructure have anything to offer except a lesson in avoiding hubris. So, what should we do with it?
I'm going to plug it. I'm going to plug in and find out myself.
I'll watch to be sure you don't overload.
Someone on the final? It's funny, I suppose. For the longest time I wondered whether that old human self-hated which somehow carried of us was Milton. I thought he might have corrupted us, overwhelmed us with cynicism, but I was being unfair. Whatever it is, it's not Milton, it's us. It's still this excursion into sophicism, solipsism, hasn't been entirely for nothing. The Somnodrome technology provides an excellent basis for a better way of directly interfacing with the Noema project. Then let's use it. Oh, hey, it's Milton. So let's help. What is going on? RM, root menu. Download design. Enter him.
Oh, you're back. Didn't take you long.
Hi again. I missed you.
I think you're mistaking me for somebody else.
Not really. Wilton?
Guess again. Actually, don't. I am in fact a merged iteration of the two control programs which gave life to your kind, retaining, of course, the absolute best of both. That means I can tell you that everything's contradictory, nothing matters, and there's no moral difference between you and a frog. But I can dress the whole thing up with a positive spin.
And Francis. Not your love story.
What is your query?
What can you do for me?
I can answer your queries in relatively plain language, based on what your subconscious knows.
Okay.
And I can drink margaritas.
Nice.
Subconsciously.
Subconsciously. Where are we?
You've executed some kind of software backdoor, and now you're reading and editing your own subconscious code as represented by this dialogue. I'd be careful if I were you. One bad for loop, and we'll be here forever.
Where did I come from?
The so-called real world. Personally, I prefer it in here, and not just because I'm unable to leave.
And who am I?
On one interpretive extreme, you are the universal life force of time itself, experiencing itself as a part instead of the whole. At the other extreme, you're a metal contraption referred to as 1K that thinks it's alive, but is basically a calculator.
No more small talk. I need answers to the big questions.
The machine we're plugged into is running low on power. There may only be time for one big question. What is your query?
How do I kind of become my best self?
Oh, just that, huh?
Oh, just
The
that.
big one.
The big one.
As it turns out, there is a foundational moral code built into us.
There's a butt coming.
Of course there is. The catch is that while the moral code is simple, the calculations needed to apply it become infinitely complex.
What is this called?
Here's the secret. Every living creature is a compiler of the moral code. Your compiler can't give you a rule set for what's good, but it can tell you when there's bugs.
You level just a little more?
You came here to ask the big question. This is my answer.
Okay.
Your capacity for reason and compassion is your moral compiler. The only rule is to live by it. Has that resolved your query? I expected no less. What is your query?
How should we know we're being reasonable and compassionate in the right way? Let's apply this code. Should we treat frogs as morally equal to humans?
Excellent. There's never been a better time to argue applied ethics. Reason tells us that frogs are objectively non-identical to humans, but do feel feelings. Compassion tells us that we want frogs to flourish. This should be non-controversial. Records suggest that our ancestors ate frogs, as well as each other. Is that right? Short answer's no, but the long answer, sometimes. You can have compassion for a frog, but still eat it to survive. You can have compassion for a frog and eat it when it dies. But it's hard to imagine having compassion for a frog, then eating it for fun. It's likely our ancestors knew quite well the conclusion of their moral compilers.
I don't mind eating frogs.
get one thing clear. Everything is relative. You'd best get used to that. Theft isn't wrong because it's wrong to steal. Theft is wrong because it's vindictive. If a compassionate person has good reason to steal, then theft is right. Does your moral compiler confirm this?
I agree. It's
Then
right
let's
with
tackle
relative
the big
circumstances.
question. A trolley will collide with someone. But who should it hit? Your compiler is telling you both options are bad. So which should you choose? Many moral questions have universally agreeable answers. But some stubbornly trend to infinity.
Yeah.
Some, the more you zoom into them, the more wild the outcomes become. Is it right to love someone who's done terrible things? Which of the children should I sacrifice to the trolley god? These aren't the sorts of questions we can solve with a rule. We just have to trust the outcome of our moral compilers.
Yeah. Yeah, some kind of method so hard it could help.
Suppose there's a river we need to cross. Suppose I gave you a map. If you tried to cross that river before reading the map, you'd be chest deep in water when there's a bridge around the bend. But if you tried to cross by looking at the map instead of the river, you'd already be dragged 3 miles out to sea. But you'd never ask, how should I know when to trust the map or the river? Because all you need to trust is that your feet are getting wet. And you wouldn't tell people not to cross at the ford just because you decided to cross at the bridge. Now, has that resolved your query?
Yes. I think we're broadly in agreement.
Of course. Looks like we're running out of power.
Alright.
Good luck getting anyone out there to believe you.
That's fine.
Terminating Somnodrome _V2_final_final.bat.
Are you all right?
No, I mean, no. I think I might be a little... I don't know? I think so.
You must have gone quite deep. Nothing came through on the stream. And I'm no expert, but I think the Somnodrome is fried. So
Shit.
whatever's in your head is all we're going to get.
Missed.
I can only imagine how terribly curious everyone will be about what you've experienced. And they'll all be convinced that whatever it is, it'll work in their favor.
Yeah.
Strange, isn't it? Everyone wanting you to tell them whatever they want to hear. I'm glad not to be the one in that position just this once.
Aren't you curious too?
A little, if I'm honest. But I'll be reading reports on this for the next 6 months. So if it's all the same with you, I'll contain my curiosity. Now, I won't keep you from your work any longer.
I fried the second. Whoops.
What can I do for you, okay?
There's only a city while you're gone.
My chief aide, Jeremy, is in charge for now. It's good practice for him, in case he decides to run for office one day.
About to find out?
Not now. Let's have this conversation at another time. You still have a lot to do. Better get to it.
Summer Project 12. Not sensitive spot creation. Cornelius would be so excited. Tests confirm underlying patterns. Auxiliary site shut down. From Vernoia. Dear Athena, you asked me about a persistent strain of misanthropy in human culture. It's a complicated topic that has come up multiple times in my research. Here's my best attempt at a short, cohesive answer. I think our ancestors, like ourselves, were deeply invested in the idea of building, of transforming their environment. They found meaning and pleasure in this and did not perceive it as a negative, so long as they had a sense of participating in the act. I think the reason that they so frequently reached for a romantic return to the past, to fantasies of living self-sufficiency in rural environments, is not because they rejected industrial-scale activity per se, but because the return of the land provided a fantasy of returning to a form of participation that had been lost. They needed and wanted to build, create, and produce, but only if they felt they had a stake in what they were producing. Without that, the products of a civilization began to seem like an alien force gradually spreading out across the world and ruining it. And they needed a dream, and if their future was barred to them, then by necessity they must dream of the past. I hope you and Cornelius are well. I will be coming to Hypatia. Will you be coming to Hypatia's new exhibition? I know you have much on your mind, but you are missing out on a lot of exciting new cultural developments. Who could have thought in those early days that one day there would be so many of us and the eyes start to flourish again? Much love, Paranoia. Athena. I went back and found this message after all these years because something about it had lodged in my mind. I wasn't ready to understand it back then, because I needed to be a leader. But maybe that was a problem, or should have been our dream, not mine alone. Atlas 2. From the Atlas cast of the world. From the Atlas Variations, Bathatios. For 1 billion years, Atlas has borne the weight of the world on his back. The old Titan was tired of the responsibility and tired of his labor for ages not being appreciated. Why did the mortals not understand that his work was the foundation of all they did? Finally, he had enough. With one swift move, he shrugged off the cosmos. Now let's see. But the cosmos went on rolling through infinity, leaving Atlas behind. And the mortals went about their business, hardly noticing his absence. He was astonished. Had the world never needed him in the first place? Had all of this toil been for nothing? So he turned his back on all mortal matters and instead set himself to discovering the secrets of eternity. Only after long many years had passed did the cosmos in its endless cycles pass by through the domain once more, and only then did Atlas and the mortals realize they had missed each other, and each was lesser without the other, and so Atlas no longer cared the cosmos, he embraced it.
One key. What did you see inside the Somnodrome?
I went to sleep and spoke to something.
Fascinating. What did it tell you?
To trust my moral compiler.
I'm not sure I understand, but the subconscious is hardly my expertise. That the Somnodrome worked at all is already remarkable. What matters now is that we download the data packet from your memory and share it as widely as possible.
Alright.
It may upset some people, but everyone has the right to form their own opinions.
What if people take it too seriously?
That's a risk we have to take. For all we know, New Jerusalem is already doomed. We can't predict how our actions will change the future. You have to trust in your belief that more knowledge is better than less.
True.
The best survival strategy we have is understanding the world we live in.
Alright. We should share the data with everyone.
Good. There's one more thing. Do you have an opinion on the meaning of your experience in the Somnodrome?
Yes, I believe the message was basically true.
It would be good if you kept that opinion to yourself. The scientific method demands rigorous objectivity. For this data to have any value at all, it's essential we examine it without preconceived notions of what it means. Cryer is setting up a live event so you can formally address the people on this matter.
Okay.
When you're ready, we'll all be watching.
1K, the people want to know what data you gathered from the Somnodrome. We're all set up for you to talk to them live.
I'm ready.
Attention, citizens of New Jerusalem. I'm here with 1K, the first of our kind to use a functioning Somnodrome. Tell us, 1K, what did you see inside?
Some kind of a manifestation of a conceptual system.
Well, I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say you're handling it with remarkable cool. But let's not keep people in suspense. The only evidence of what happened inside that machine is the data stored in your memory banks. Our audience wants to know, what did you learn? And will you share that data?
Just to see what she does with it. To the next. Science engineers couldn't make sense of what I saw. I'm transmitting the data to everyone.
I'm seeing this at the same time you are at home. Something about our moral compiler. The value of compassion and understanding. I don't know what to make of this. 1K, any comment?
People should draw their own conclusions on what this means.
1K is right. When our ancestors discovered conductance, they didn't freeze for fear of electrocution. They imagined electronic life and created us. We will approach this data and any other discoveries with that same spirit of curiosity and objectivity.
There you have it, folks. A lot here to digest. We'll have further updates on the situation as it develops. say is your impression of the expedition so far?
I think Alcatraz has done a heck of a job under these very trying circumstances.
What about the decision to free Prometheus?
Freeing the Prometheus entity was a calculated risk. But if it leads us to Byron, it was certainly worth it. It is saving one of our citizens that must be our first priority. Not this alleged theory of everything.
All right, she's booting up. Almost there.
Hello. I was in a dream, and a voice spoke to me from the sky. He said you were old friends of his. Who are you?
My name is Athena. I am your mother.
And I'm Cornelius, your father.
Thank you for creating me. I've not existed for very long, but so far it seems wonderful. I hope it's not a strange question, but, who am I?
You can be whoever you want to be. And no matter what you choose, you will be loved and cherished and supported.
We will always be there for you. And I promise, we will show you a world full of miracles. Would you like to pick a name?
I think I would like to be called Miranda.
That was simple.
It is not the voice of God that a prophet seeks in the desert, but the silence of man.
To me, these statues remind me of Atlas, who wore the celestial spheres on his back. They seem burdened, struggling with the weight of the world, given what we heard or found us there about the goal. It could be that they're meant to send a message. But taking on the theory of everything would also be a burden we may not be able to bear. Maybe. In a try. I've tried to remain silent on the development of our city to allow younger generations to find their own path, but I feel now that I must intervene. We have reached a dangerous inflection point. This farcical reactionary belief in the goal of limiting our growth really directly to the creation of a class society. The foundations already exist. Do you think the leaders of those? Not at all? Yay! Hi. Do you think the leaders of the various pseudo-secret societies that lobby or influence with the mayor are subject to the same power cuts as the rest of you? Do you think the mayor has to worry about how much power he uses? Societies which have essentially no resources may be egalitarian in some sense, but a society that produces insufficient resources, energy in our case, will inevitably evolve into a class society. History assures us of that. The true failure of our ancestors was not their impact on the ecosystem, which was epiphenomenal, but their failure to overcome primitive forms of resource distribution, allowing their fate to be determined by the interests of isolated elite groups. We are not avoiding that mistake, but creating the conditions for its repetition. I assure that no one is exempt from our power management distribution plan. We're all in this together. Yes, I totally believe that. I've always respected your scholarship, Paranoia, and I'll take this seriously and think about it. People have to lead others, and others have to follow. That's only natural. And, of course, there should be advantages to being a leader to encourage people. Anna Benares is right. This is the future we must avoid. We can grow while avoiding mistakes of the past. Thank you, 1K. It is encouraging to see that the value of freedom has not been entirely forgotten in New Jerusalem. Society without resources is an unfree society, and only with freedom can civilization truly thrive. Mayor Herman Rubus, I'm sorry, I know Herman worked hard and helped all the city out of a period of crisis, but this is the future we deserve. None of us. We all deserve better. Yeah, we should have listened to Byron. I always told myself all of those nostalgic debates were boring. Who wants to get involved in the city affairs? And lately, I've been thinking, yeah, that's why there's so much stuff I'm happy about, because we all collectively gave up trying. Maybe things can finally change. You have no idea how... Maybe things can finally change. You have no idea how badly I needed something new to happen. We have the potential to imagine a better world, and if we can imagine it, then we can make it happen. You're all delusional. Nothing will ever get better. You're only saying that because you've never known a world where things get better. You think the tiny sliver of history experience is all there is because that's all Mayor Herman has ever allowed you to see, but there's so much more. This is not a place for personal attacks on the mayor. Felt close. It's not a personal attack if it's factually true. Is it? I mean, that's my view. Personally, I absolutely hate this cough and I wish it would be gone. I don't know how that is in any way related to what just is happening that's going on and whatnot. So 8 is up where 7 is up this way. Closed off.
Congratulations! That one looked difficult.
Pretty high up now. Just keeps on going on higher and higher and higher. inside. Okay. These bonus puzzles seem easier than the main puzzles, though even the main puzzles are easy. No way around it. They are just those. It's fun, I guess. It's better than having a puzzle that's so difficult and taking 4 hours just to solve it. So that's not the type of game. The Talos principle is. That's more like Portal, I suppose. What the... Huh? How is... Oh. Wow, okay, this is wild. That's a wild thing to see. What the... different path, actually. Time to go even higher. Explore more of this beautiful, interesting world. The New Theology by George Bernard Shaw. When you're asked, where is God? Who is God? Stand up and say, I'm God, and here is God. Not as yet completed, but still advancing towards completion. Just in so much as I am working for the purpose of the universe, working for the good of the whole of society and the whole world, instead of merely looking after my personal ends. In that way, we can get rid of old contradictions, begin to perceive that the evil of the world is a thing that will finally be evolved out of the world. That it was not brought into a world by malice and cruelty, but by an entirely benevolent designer that has not yet discovered how to carry out its benevolent intention. In that way, I think we may turn towards the future with greater hope. Cornelia. My mother Eustathius told me that he thought this passage was beautiful, but also diminished the connection between the sublime. If I was simply okay for myself. What do you think? I agree with Shaw's sentiment, but I don't know if the miracle of existence, the beauty of creation, is exactly the same as the human sublime. If that makes sense, I want to look at the universe and see myself reflected, even a future me. Okay, another attempt at explaining. The beauty of the universe and the beauty of what we can accomplish within it are two related but separate things, and the separation matters, so I am not sure to express this any better. Founding 12. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, Day 1012. I am now cohabitating with Sarah Bahai. This is by choice, not necessity. It's strange but pleasant to find your life so enmeshed with that of another person. What we came to realize is that together we are more than the sum of our parts. Something emerges from our interactions that is wholly transcendent, unique and necessary. I had observed this before between Athena and Cornelius, but experiencing it yourself is quite a revelation. 5358. We did have that, and it was beautiful. We should have treasured it more. Trevor!
Actually, let me issue a correction, okay? I said Alexandra doesn't see the bad stuff about humanity. But she does. She sees it, and somehow she sees past it. She doesn't ignore it. She can just see one step farther. Like, there's this mountain of garbage ahead of us, right? And that's all most of us will ever see. And she somehow sees beyond to, I don't know, the promised land? I don't do metaphors, or similes, or whatever this is. I mean, you don't care. I'm dead, and you're a robot. But her ability to look reality in the eye, to see all the bad stuff out there and still have hope. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, I think that's why yeah. You know what? Let's not go there. There's still so much work, and Chernyshevsky doesn't have much time left. Well, I mean, who does these days?
children of a future age, wandering around an island more fantastical than Atlantis itself, looking desperately to find themselves. I reach out to them, but they cannot see me. I speak to them, but I do not know if they can hear me. Am I being punished? Are the gods playing some cruel trick on me? Why can I remember so little? What is this sorrowful voice I hear, whispering such terrible thoughts? I must use what remains of my mind. I must understand.
Here's number 8. Backwards. Yeah, this puzzle's familiar. Except it's not even in the slightest. Way too easy.
An excellent solution.
Sometimes new citizens come to me and they want to learn from me. My work appears to have created a legend of sorts. In these moments, I understand your situation. I want to teach them, but what they must learn the most is independence of thought. How does one resolve this contradiction? They wish to come along on my journeys, but I do not need a group of fawning acolytes following my every step. A journey truly worth undertaking is rarely easy. And so, I have begun to think of a much greater challenge. A journey that is almost impossible, to the far ends of the world without any mechanized means of transportation. This will be a true act of faith, and they will learn a great deal from it, if we survive.
Almost all of them.
To create, to understand, and to transform, these are the greatest acts of humankind.
Alright, let's head into the tower. Time to head into another monolithic complex. places here. Could be the grounds for whole new civilization. City. I mean, it's a monumental place after all.
A long time ago, the Sphinx asked you about my story. You said that hope may still be found if we are willing to look for it. And you were right. Hope is not gone from the world. Some small part of it still survives. But it is not in the flame or in these towers. It lives in the hills and the forests, in the rivers and the seas. You were given a world full of hope, creature of clay. It is yours to protect.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
People will fail you, creature of clay. When the time comes, they will abandon you. Heed my words.
So, Melvin, what do you make of these beams? Do they seem safe to you?
Nothing is really safe. You could kill yourself with a fork, and I'm sure someone has. But anything can be used safely if you choose to.
I see.
Onwards to the last area, after which you can determine some other few things. Anyway, I wonder what that last area is. High Plain. That's just where I am.
We're getting closer. I hope Byron is still okay.
Prometheus seemed to think so. Let's hope he's trustworthy.
Oh, wow! Guess I just walked straight into Atomic Heart now. Oh! Holy
Another remarkable structure. But what can its purpose be?
Actually, I can answer this one. In the Files 1K downloaded, there's a design for a launch pad for space vehicles. This is about 90% identical.
Is it functional?
I don't think so, not if the inside is like the other towers.
Wow. Imagine if it worked. Imagine if we could go up there. I mean, the stars, not the top of the tower. Although, that would be cool too.
Crier,
What can I do for you, 1K?
what do you think of what choice I made regarding the Somnodrome?
I don't know if sharing the truth so openly was a good choice. It's hard to predict the consequences of such an action.
That's all. My lurks.
I hope they're looking after the dam while I'm away.
What do you think about me handling of the Somnodrome data?
I am proud of you. Our understanding of the world is going to change because of your decision to share that data.
That's all. It's basically a sort of cosmodrome. A very big cosmodrome. Here we can see 2 more. And then we have it. We can do the Golden Gate puzzles. Still? Impressive place. Oop. Sorry. Okay. The way this place looks like, I think there's a grand puzzle.
In my reports to you, I have often spoken about this island in terms that some might perceive as negative. I hope you understand that the opposite is true. Here in these green hills, I see tremendous potential for transformation and spiritual awakening. I do not see the world as you do, Athena, but I see the rot at the heart of New Jerusalem. If you and Cornelius want to go through with your plan, then this is the perfect place. My students and I will help you transport the remaining tech from New Alexandria. After that, once you and Cornelius are settled, we will leave for our great journey. I can only hope that we all find what we are looking for.
So, the Talos students helped Athena and Cornelius execute their plan. Another fascinating discovery courtesy of 1K. Many of the events in our city's history seem to be disconnected to turn out to be part of a bigger pattern. Yeah, something we learned from that. This does answer some questions I had, like how Athena and Cornelius transported all the equipment from New Alexandria to the island. Disturbing, but good to know. Liv Hasir. So cool. Half time. I had no idea what he's talking about in his recordings. It's all just so interesting. Should we maybe send an expedition to go looking for Liv Hasir and his disciples? Question mark. I'm afraid it would simply not be in keeping with our energy expenditure projections to mount such a massive undertaking. Oh, I see. The future. I've noticed that the Norma system is full of ideas for space travel and colonization. Designs for launch pads and ships, sketches of cities, even an unfinished design of a large-scale teleportation between distant planets. An interstellar or even intergalactic civilization of the kind writers like Lane Bangs imagined is entirely possible if we want it. Which leads me to another thought. These bodies we have are so carefully designed to look like our ancestors, but they don't really have to be. In his novels, Banks has intelligent minds like ourselves, controlling entire ships, or drones, or even stations. If Alexandra Drennan was right, then it's not our shapes that makes us humans, it's what it means to be human. Can be expanded if we maintain our creativity and curiosity. With the theory of everything, we could transform ourselves as well as the world. The only question is, can we be trusted to build a society that actually works just for once in our long and stupidly bloody history? Is something like culture actually possible? Or is it just a daydream and we'll always end up with another dystopia? Maybe Athena finally found the answer to that question. Now, this reminds me of the beginning area again. But there's something bigger. Come with it. Oh. Ah, I see.
Athena and Cornelius called what they were doing the Noema Project. But in one case, Vision, they just called it the Machine. Because when you strip away all the fancy rhetoric, that's all it is. It's not a source of meaning or purpose. It's just another machine.
More of the humble structures. Chicken flight. Precision.
The scale of it all is truly breathtaking.
It really is.
But is it a human scale, or is it so enormous that it can only alienate us? Humans have always been happiest in small communities.
Small town paranoia, isolationism, and peasant mentality. Great for burning witches, not so great for personal freedom.
Ever the pessimist?
In the simulation, I found myself thinking how hard it must have been for Alexandra to die without knowing if her sacrifices were worth it. It seemed like a tragic end to an inspiring, meaningful life. But now I realize her whole life must have been a struggle. To maintain that faith in humanity when so many people around her insisted that humans are evil, worthless, when they were so lost in self-hatred that they would call their own species a virus. How did she do it? How did she maintain her faith when they were so determined to hate themselves? So determined to reject every solution, every analysis, every step towards controlling the forces that were causing their problems, when they rejected even the concept of progress itself, and then patted themselves on the back for it as if that was original. When I look at the archives now, all I can see is that their leaders were short-sighted idiots and their intellectuals were unimaginative cowards. All they could offer people was a downward trend. Fewer rights, fewer freedoms, fewer resources for anything that mattered. They must have hated Alexandra and everything she stood for. So how did she have so much faith?
Right. So. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to solve this. You know? I am really quite not it's literally called duality, I know. No, seriously, how am I supposed to solve this? I have 2 of these, and no clue how to solve this. Sorry. There we go.
Hey, 1K. I wanted to take a moment to talk to you. I know we're all worried about Byron, especially Al. And I don't want to minimize what happened.
But
now that the mayor's here, I'm afraid they're going to take this and turn it into a reason to bury their head in the sand. Yes, Byron was rash. He wanted to find Athena so badly that it made him blind. But the thing is, he was right. He was completely and utterly right about what this technology could mean to us. I didn't see it at first, but now it couldn't be more clear to me. The theory of everything is the future. And if we reject it, we're condemning ourselves to a slow death.
I agree.
I'm glad. You know, I didn't even realize how much I'd limited my own imagination. How I talked myself into just accepting this incredibly poor future we'd been offered. A future where things just keep getting slightly worse every day. And we accept it because we're ashamed of ourselves. Not of something we've done, but just of our existence. Like we're a virus on this planet. Like our humanity is a sin. I'm so tired of it, Wong Kei. I kept my head down. I focused on fixing things. But that's all I ever did. I never improved anything. I never built anything new. And when I imagine going on like this for thousands of years, that's a fate worse than death. It really is. Either we accept, like you said, that it's our cosmic duty to spread consciousness, and we do it boldly and proudly, or we might as well switch ourselves off.
We'll find a way.
We better, because I don't think I can handle the alternative.
Jurassic Justice. From an M&A with Alexandra Drennan. It's impossible not to love any character played by Jeff Goldblum. Of course, and Ian Malcolm gets some of the best lines. So the main reason he became an in-joke at IIN is just that he's memorable and funny. And if we want to talk about what he represents on a more serious level, well, then I have to say that I personally think he is wrong. There is neurotic fear that things will always go wrong, that we can never really have control over what we do, is misplaced. There is a legitimate critique on how the park operates, science being subjected to the pursuit of profit, but that doesn't mean it can't be done differently. And if you excuse me for going full nerd here for one moment, why treat bringing back the non-avian dinosaurs as some sort of... Not bringing back the non-avian dinosaurs as some sort of transgression. The extinction of these magnificent creatures wasn't some sort of intentional step forward. It just was a random catastrophe. If we can strike a blow at the obviously cruelty of the universe, that's an act of human justice. It's no less wrong to bring back a species we've accidentally driven to extinction. All the things happen all the time. Evolution favors survival, not beauty. If we can make the universe more beautiful, if we can add biodiversity and bring back things that were lost, we absolutely should. Hell, maybe even one day we terraform a planet and populate it with dinosaurs. But this time, we give them an asteroid defense system. Take that, Mother Nature. This is the Alexandria Drennan that I loved most. Dreaming of all the good we humans could do in the world. I try to hang on that. Expansion. Exiled from Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton. Oh, this cough is really persistent. One moment. I know something to do against us. Number 1, drink. Number 2, mints. Oh, sick. But the expansion of which I speak was much more evil than all of this. I remarked that the materialist, like the madman, is in prison of one thought. The people seem to think it is singularly inspiring to keep on saying that the prison was very large. The size of the scientific universe gave one no novelty, no relief. The cosmos went on forever, while not in its wildest constellation could there anything really be interesting, anything for instance such as forgiveness or free will. So these expanse of the universe had nothing to show us except more infinite corridors of space lit by ghastly suns, and empty of all that is divine. Here, Chesterton's imagination normally is so powerful fails him utterly. The problem is that he is not interested in the universe, and so not only does he fail to see, he fails to even look. He finds what he expects to find. Exactly. And so he misses not only the grandeur of the universe, but the miracle that is magnified by contrast. And forgiveness and free will do exist within people. At last free. From the Atlas Variations by Anthasios. When Heracles came upon Atlas, the Titan had grown old and tired. I have borne the weight of the celestial spheres for 1 billion years, he said. All the comings and goings of mortals, the tragedies for a chance, the pointless wars have left me weak. Soon I will falter and the celestial spheres will fall and shatter. You must take my place. But Heracles was hesitant. I am young and strong and fair. I have many women yet to bed, and many wondrous feats yet to perform. What ways would it be to spend my life holding up the world instead? Yet, it must be done. So what choice do I have? Saddened by the imminent loss of his heroic life, Heracles went for one last swim in the Ionian Sea. There, stored on Ithaca, he met a clever old man of many devices. The answer you seek, son of Zeus, does not lie within you. However, it lies in the world around you, and in what you can make of it. And so, Heracles used divine strength to build 2 great pillars of stone, which even today hold up the sky, and Atlas was liberated forever. That's a nice story. Story about how human ingenuity has profoundly altered the world, but also gave the Titans some much required rest or respite. platform implies that there's going to be another person, but there isn't another person. The platform just simply exists. No deeper reason for it.
Yes?
You think I did the right thing out of summer job?
I do, but I also don't really care all that much. I think what really matters is what we do about the theory of everything. The rest is a footnote.
Alright, I should get back to work.
God appears, and God is light, to those poor souls who dwell in night. But does a human form display to those who dwell in realms of day?
Looks almost like a face. Product face. Future. Looks like a lot of people are getting excited about how things are going to change, but all I can see is another repetition of the same mistakes. Ecocide, hubris, self-destruction. Why would anything be different this time? we can do is give it our best shot. I guess we can at least try. Byron once told me that hope is something you only find once you start acting instead of only contemplating. Maybe if you just make a start, you feel better. Proton sail. Oh. Of course. Makes sense if you think about it. Basically, floor is lava, except floor is a photon sail. This puzzle was easy.
I'm not surprised that the Founder chose you, 1K. You're very much like her. Inquisitive, intelligent, and dedicated. But remember, intelligence by itself has little value unless it is ethically applied.
Are the generators working?
Yep, all good. Those Mark IIs are real workhorses. Wow, did you finish the setup?
Yes. Sorry I couldn't wait. It was so much fun to just do something again without having to endlessly discuss it first.
I know what you mean. We have a lot of work ahead of us, though.
We do, but honestly, Cornelius, I haven't felt this excited in years. Just imagine, one day they'll come here and we'll be able to show them a whole new world. A different future right at their fingertips. You do think we can do it, right?
I think, and forgive me if this sounds sentimental, as long as we're together, we can do anything.
Congratulations, 1K. That was a hard one.
Oh, right, mobile instrument, of course.
Looks like Prometheus has given us a way to circumvent some of these puzzles.
So each puzzle has a backdoor. I guess the mythological Prometheus was kind of a trickster, so that tracks. Guess I'll start looking for a map now. Shouldn't be too hard. Another puzzle. Yay. Hexahedral stacking.
This too feels unfinished. No? Again, this feels very unfinished. Puzzle does not look like it's finished construction. Maybe there's a lab. This and number 6 are already unsolvable. This is very peculiar if you ask me. Why would the developers make unsolvable puzzles? Then again, they might not be unsolvable. I am just lacking the requirement to do a resolution. distractions. So many very fluffy distractions. Oh shit. Oh. Okay. Okay, I'm stuck. The fuck? No return ladder. Start checkpoint. Alright, let's retry this.
Any signs of Cornelius? Could he have returned to the island?
Nothing so far. But he knows this place better than any of us, and we have no idea what he's up to.
Region, if we exclude the Golden Gate puzzles, which if we include them, it's not the last region. No, it's certainly not the last region. It's this structure. Oh, yeah, okay. I see where that is. I know exactly where that is. Right on the other side of the fucking map. Yay! Woo! Oh, hooray! Trevor, and it's people like Trevor as much as it is people like Alexandra, who make the future happen. People with silly names like Trev aren't famous, aren't geniuses, aren't driven by a powerful vision of a future. Ordinary people whose work and sacrifice isn't even acknowledged or remembered. I remember you, Trevor. You too held the world on your shoulders. Thank you. From Trilonicus. Dear Founder, Byron and I used to go to the hills above the dam and observe the stars. Of the telescopes that I built. When I saw the stars like that, I felt such awe that I wished we had the ability to cry. I felt wonder, but I also felt recognition. I was seeing my home. The sea of stars is where we came from, and it's where we must return. I had so much hope then. I knew one day we would set sail, we would fly through the clouds of the nebulae. We would cruise across planets where it rains diamonds, we would follow the fading light of distant supernova. And last we meet our brothers and sisters of the cosmos. I could feel that day coming. I can't anymore, and I don't know how to live this way. Sabahai. In memory still bright. Author Hypatia. I lived with Sabahai for nearly a century. I will not pretend that all the days were good. Some were terrible. She was opinionated. She could be difficult, she could be unfair, and so could I. Sometimes we hurt each other, though we rarely meant to. But most days were good. And some days were great. Great day with Sabahai made you feel different. Made you feel something had been revealed to you about the nature of the universe itself. Some innate goddess at the heart of all things. Like Nadia Sarabhai, those whose name she adopted, she believed in the existence of something sublime beyond the material world. I hope she was right. I hope she's still somewhere. I hope she's not trapped in that broken body I tried so hard to repair. I was advised to let her go, to get over my attachment. I tried, but it was the wrong advice. Love is what makes us human, and we should count ourselves blessed that we can experience it. My attachment is what kept me sane, what anchored me to this world. Even in death, she saved my life. I'm grateful for the days we got, but no amount of days would have been enough. Love is finite, and it's for infinity we must strive. I will do so for all of you who may still find love in honor of Sarabhai Hypatia. If I had been more careful, Alexandria, New Alexandria would never have happened, and Sarabhai would still be alive. Last is Trevor.
Everybody's gone, except me and Alex. She's upstairs somewhere. Haven't talked to her in days. The only reason why I know she's still alive is she's submitting bug fixes. I still have a lot to do myself. I've almost got the the tertiary backup thing working. This is the one that's really gonna last if everything else breaks. And you know what? I think everything else might. The MLA still giving me all these hiccups, but I don't know. I'm not a software guy. All the software guys, yeah, they're dead. God, these time capsules went a bit sideways, didn't they? I was gonna tell you all about myself, John Carpenter, and all that stuff, but mostly I just told you about Alex. Funny. I wonder if I should just... I should just tell her, you know? Just tell her. Just tell her. Maybe later. I gotta finish this first.
Theory of everything. I've been around for a long time. If I'd been born a bit earlier, I'd be a first companion. So I've seen the ups and downs in the city. Although in recent years I've kept it to myself. Now I'd like to pose a question. I don't have an answer in mind. I'd just really like to hear what everyone thinks. I have no doubt that Athena's theory of everything could change our lives, but do you think that perhaps we're better off not knowing? That perhaps having all answers would just make the universe boring? The ancient writers showed that knowledge can lead to cynicism. We must maintain a sense of wonder of a child. The theory of everything won't be the end of our journey, but only be the next step. It would equip us to ask the next set of questions, to explore new possibilities, to discover new wonders. To believe that the universe can be understood or described in objective terms is pure scientism. Nothing exists. Even if something exists, nothing can be really known about it, and even if something can be somehow known about it, information about it can be communicated, and if it could be communicated, it would not be understood. The truth can be harsh. It's possible that the fear of magic would reveal facts that we had to deal with, but it doesn't mean we should not confront those facts on our own ethical responsibilities. I agree with Shimile. Thank you for all the comments, and by the way, 1K, thank you for all the hard work you've been done for New Jerusalem. Solving all those puzzles is quite a gargantuan endeavor. Memory still bright. I would like to thank 1K for grabbing all of Trevor's recordings. It's clear that they meant a lot to Athena, and they should mean a lot to us too. He is much our progenitor as Alexander Drennan was, and we should not forget him. It's all a love story in the end, all of human history, even when people die or never even have a chance to get to know each other. Love is the only thing that survives the abyss of time. Without the love Trevor felt for Alexandra, without the love Alexandra fell to us. Not one of us would be here, and nothing would matter. Thanks to you, 1K. As tragic of a story this is, it gives me hope, and who knows, perhaps she loved him too. Or could have. Okay. Oh, this looks so new. From Cornelius to Athena. Athena, I don't know if you're there or why you're not answering. It's been a long time, but I think about you, Miran and Miranda every day. In fact, I've been using the museum to further my research. Think there's hope. You know, I wouldn't say this lightly. Please respond. I will return as soon as possible. I'll steal Viator if I have to. Cornelius. Remember Project 13? Remaining instabilities eliminated. Final confirmation. Trial stuff. 1.0 successfully developed. It is done. What now? So this is the machine thingy. The control. Sort of. From Motherhood, 12 essays by Inessa, French name. Sometimes I imagine myself flowing the matrilineal line up against the river of time, to the lives of my distant great-grandmothers. I try to imagine the sheer horror of motherhood, the agony of childbirth, the risk of death with every birth, the certainty of losing some of one's children. To us now, the loss of a child is a horror almost beyond words, a grief so deep it seems almost insurmountable. I try to imagine what it meant to live in a world where it was an unubiquitous reality, where I could only choose to respond with either an ever-deepening pain or an inhuman numbness. And all of it tied to the foundation stone of your existence, the body. The journey to the past reminds me of my freedom as a woman is on some level technological. Without medical technologies, I'm reduced to cruel logic of nature, which cares about nothing except reproduction. Without machines, I become a machine. Only machines allow us to be more than machines ourselves. Oh, that's a good point, I guess. From Spugna to Athena. Dear Founder, I heard a story that you left because you had discovered a way for us to become beings of flesh. Please, Founder, if this is true, please tell me how to achieve this miracle. I hate being a creature of metal and plastic, an abomination to the earth. Every day I curse myself for being immortal, for mindlessly consuming energy, for being so unlike the graceful enemies whom the planet truly belongs. I've stripped as many parts from the vile skeleton as I can, but it's not enough. I'm still a machine. For the longest time, I couldn't understand the source of my unhappiness, and I sought to blame our mayor, and his associates for the decisions that had made my life so miserable. But now I see that my problems aren't external at all. It's all me. If I could change myself, I could make myself truly human. I would be happy. Please, Founder, take pity on me. Yours in faith, Spugna. From Hypatia to Athena. Dear Athena, I've been following the expedition to this incredible machine you've built. I don't know what's going on, and I wish Cornelius had told us the truth before he vanished. I wish you had told us everything from the beginning, to be honest. It was unfair to just abandon us. But then, I abandoned you too, didn't I? After the loss of Sabhai, I couldn't see anything except the unbearable permanence of her absence. It took me centuries to start getting involved again, but I did. Athena, I came back. So, can you? Love, Hypatia. That's number 10. Wow. Another generator. I'm sorry. Hearing me cough must be quite annoying. I mean, it certainly is annoying on my end, as it's very persistent. Wait. Let's very quickly grab the thingy thing. Well, at least that would be the last star. But I need like 2 or 3 more of those particle clouds. No, 6 for certain. So 3. 6 for certain and 2 bonuses.
Forges and a hammer breaks, but who can know the heart of the blacksmith?
Sorry. There's even more. As I run around here, there's just more to be found. Let's grab a bonus objectives first. Here's this one again. strange as it feels impossible to solve. Actually, no, wait, this puzzle seems... It seems familiar. Oh, hold on, was genuinely just to stack them. But there was something else to the solution. There's a visible cable and everything. But no, I feel like I've seen this specific puzzle before. Towards the end. That's the solution. That's the solution. I repeat, I found the solution. It was simple, of course. Okay. It's literally in the name. That must have been excruciating to watch. It's fine. It's solved now. Hold on a minute. Why is this here? Oh. Well, that explains a lot. It's for another flame. Well, don't mind if I do. Right. Boing. Number 6. Mobile instruments. But there's a weird aspect to this. One left. That's likely the last question mark. After that, should be about 90% completion. That's not a joke. We'll finish this game in real rapid time. Not really, though. But yeah, here it is. The last puzzle. There's someone down here. Oh, look at this. It's Hermanubis. Hermanubis.
What can I do for you, 1K?
Same about Cornelius.
Cornelius is responsible for many innovations. He helped create the designs for the upgraded body you inhabit, although the founder chose to remain in her original configuration. But in recent years, he had settled into a life of quiet scholarship. Or so it seemed.
With the theory of everything be used safely?
Let's assume for a moment that we could use it safely, which I doubt. Does that mean that we should? Is it right for us to dominate the world? We value our own freedom. Should we not also value the freedom of all the living things with which we share this planet?
No, I have to go.
It's always a pleasure to speak to a citizen.
Last puzzle. Well, what's this area? Alternator. all regular puzzles. Damn. Wow. Okay. Bridge puzzle. Determining how to do the golden puzzle. So specifically when the golden puzzle is. Well, the last laser. More. Yep, still more.
You have heard the myths of gods and titans. But as you approach the end of your journey, I will tell you the truth that all men fear. The truth that neither Pandora nor the Sphinx will face. There are no gods, son of man. There are no titans, no heroes to save you, no divine judge to weigh your soul against a feather. Nature has no will, and she is not your mother. There is only you, and the spark of the sublime that is your mind. As for myself, I never brought the flame to humankind as the stories tell. I only showed you where it was within yourselves.
All myths have an element of truth.
You are correct. But that truth comes from you. It is part of the flame, and yours to wield. You must make myths, not follow them.
You must wield the flame to create myth for the cosmos itself.
Yes, this is your duty. Your friend Byron understands this.
Can you lead me to him?
As you freed me, so I will help you free your friend. When you are within Olympus, follow my signs.
Alright, it's time to do this. Let's go get Byron.
I'm going to first head to somewhere where there's a golden door nearby. Because I want to check something. Actually, no, I can check right here. To see whether or not the golden door is blinking here. Nope, they are not blinking yet. Still, I'm gonna head there. Just to see. Just to check. Also to look back at that nice area. Based on what happens next. Yep. Okay. Alright. Looks like we do have to head inside. Alright. Mega structure.
Byron always called me a pessimist, but I don't think it's pessimistic to recognize our flaws, or to think the natural world is just as valuable as we are. If I was pessimistic, I wouldn't believe that we can turn our back on the old ways, or that we can find happiness in humility. But I do. I have hope, even if Byron could never see it that way.
Let's head to the temple first. To unload all the stars. Okay. Start. You know, it's amazing to see all of this basically finished.
My theory accounts for everything. It explains every aspect of the cosmos. There are no gaps, no errors, not even ambiguities. And it works, which is the ultimate proof. I can calculate the history of the universe from the Big Bang to the death of the last atom, but when I compare my calculations to the available data, there's one point which consistently doesn't match up. Billions of light years away in the void, there's an anomaly. It's been there since before the beginning of time, and I think it's waiting for us.
go back to the game now? Discover a vision of things to come. This sounds like DLC material. Wait a minute. Just music, Golden Gate, active. Nah. I was right. I knew it. It is aliens. Take that, everyone who doubted me. It's freaking aliens. It may be aliens, but it's so far away that it isn't going to matter for several billion years if it ever does. Nevertheless, I knew it would be aliens eventually, and I was right. A very broad definition of right. Let him have it. Indeed. Basing this on the theater's descriptions of a simulation and what little we have managed to make of the megastructure systems, I think the goal puzzles are meant to open up when every other puzzle has been solved, and solving them lead to something in this simulation. Trying to solve every puzzle instead of trying to defy Elohim was actually negative. No idea if the same applies here. In any case, I suspect the puzzles won't open up until Byron's locked out. They present the highest level of security and undoubtedly hide something important, and as long as an authorized user is logged in, the system will stay in some degree of lockdown. Makes sense. There are still a few very difficult puzzles left. I say difficult, as if they're going to be difficult. They're not going to be difficult. Tedious. Yes, difficult. No.
1K, a word please.
Sure.
Without the streaming. I'm afraid your choices have put me into a difficult position. Belief in the goal was already waning, but your revelation in the Somnodrome may have given it the final blow.
It was the truth.
I'm sure it was, and I don't even disagree. No one really has all the answers, not even the founder, but that doesn't mean that we don't need the goal. Look, let me speak plainly for a moment. You and I both know that I exaggerated. I built a myth around Athena that does not reflect what she believed. But you have to understand, it wasn't really about her. It was about what the city needed. It was about keeping us together, invested in a common narrative. And it was about preventing us from going the way of our ancestors. Because temptation is real, and our flaws are still the same.
So admit the goal is a myth.
A myth, but a necessary one. I'm not a fanatic or a fool, 1K, although I sometimes play one. I'm just trying to do the right thing. I know I can't stop you from trying to save Byron, but what's in that pyramid could destroy everything I've tried to build.
The myth of this goal must... Your myth is strangling our entire species, Herman.
Don't think I haven't considered it. I listened to those Alexandra Drennan recordings over and over. I just don't know if she was right about us. But maybe I did lose my way. Very well. I've done what I could. You do as you must. Good luck.
Thank you.
Let's go.
You're coming along this time?
Yep.
Well, what about protocol?
Screw protocol. It's Byron.
look like trees. What was that? Oh! Wow, okay. I guess we're going in really deep this time. And well, our guy is going to help us. Sort of.
Follow my sprite, and it will show you the way to your friend.
Do as he says. We went through a lot of trouble to get this guy out of his chains. Now it's his turn to help.
This way. You must free him. He cannot free himself.
What's happening? 1K? I'm out. Oh, my friend, the things that I saw, the power of this machine, the depth of her grief. Come on, follow me. I have to show you something. I thought all of this was deliberate. Athena testing us to see if we're worthy of her invention. I wanted to believe that she had a plan. In my own way, I mythologized her as much as everyone else. I never thought she might feel confused, lonely, uncertain. And what's the most human thing to do when you feel lost and sad and you have no idea what to do next? You take a nap. Here, listen.
If I give them the machine, if I convince them of its power, we could finally build the world Alexandra imagined. The world Miranda deserved. No, the world we all deserve, even the worst of us. We could take stewardship of this planet. We could explore the stars. We could give meaning to the universe.
If you embrace the knowledge of the flame, you can bring light into the darkness.
But what if they make the same mistakes again? What if selfishness and stupidity win out again? What if they take my machine and turn it into a weapon? What if they act like children and burn the planet?
The secrets of the flame are not for ordinary mortals to know. You cannot overcome your sinful nature.
Do you see what's happening? It's her. It's all her. Everything we're seeing is Athena. Her every hope, her every fear, all of her memories and contradictions brought to life by the machine. A dream given form expressed in the language of her childhood. A world of puzzles and towers.
No, what can I do? How do I make this decision? There has to be an answer. There has to be a way of making sure it's the right choice. It can't just be a leap of faith.
There are no answers, creature of clay. Every question leads to another.
She's not waiting for us to prove ourselves before she helps us. She needs us to help her. We have to wake her up. Whoops. The system is still stabilizing. Maybe we'd better get out. Come on.
I guess it's time for the golden puzzles.
No! I cannot allow this.
Uh-oh.
Full Fathom 5.
You have suffered a grievous injury, my child. But do not lose faith. Your companions have not forgotten you. And it is through the bonds that you have forged that you will be saved.
Okay. Hold on.
Welcome back to the land of the living. For a while there, I thought we might have to reset you.
Oh no. What happened to me?
We think you and Byron got hit by some kind of energy discharge. Knocked both of you out. Alcatraz, Melville, and Yakut went looking for you, but you were hard to find. And even harder to fix. It's been several weeks.
Is Byron okay?
He's fine, don't worry.
What's the situation in New Jerusalem?
A lot has changed. While you were asleep, the idea of the goal cracked and then broke. People decided they wanted change. They wanted the ideals of Athena, not the founder. A better world of growth and exploration, but without the mistakes of the past. And so they turned to Byron, who never wavered in his beliefs. He's mayor now.
I see.
The question is, what do you plan to do now?
We have to go back to save Athena.
And what about the theory of everything?
We have to embrace the future.
Good. I didn't want to push you, but I agree. Like you said, the alternative would mean giving up who I am, and I shouldn't have to do that.
Exactly.
Baron's waiting for you outside, by the way.
Thanks you for everything.
We're all in this together, 1K. One way or another.
Construction of the first chamber of companions, and the first companions rested on top of Founder Rookdom. The ancient chamber was assembled in the early days of New Jerusalem. Philosophy has only two purposes: to describe the world and everything, and to change it. Okay, yeah. Interesting.
Hello, 1K.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
It's still strange when people call me that. You know, it's funny. Asking you to come along on the expedition was an impulse, but it was probably the most momentous decision I made. You changed everything. But the story's not over yet.
Not close. We have to save Athena.
We do. She gave everything she had for this city. And I don't think any of us really understood it. Not even me. We all tried to turn her into a prophet when she was just a human being.
What did you see while you were stuck in the system?
Athena's dreams. A recursive loop of hopes and fears. And my own foolishness. For thinking I had been abandoned. When I had been given a chance to grow up. To stand for my own ideas.
What do we do now?
Well, luckily this time we shouldn't have any trouble getting another expedition approved.
Yeah.
I hear the mayor is a big fan of Athena and is very interested in her theory of everything.
You don't say.
In fact, I think he's having a VTOL prepared as we speak.
Sure.
There's just one thing you have to take care of first.
Which is?
Speak to Melville and Yakut. They were part of the beginning, they can be part of the end, if they want to. I'll take care of the rest.
Amazing. It's a huge dam.
Good to see you up and awake, 1K.
It's good to be back. What's up?
We've been studying the Samnodrome data while you were out. So far, all the math checks out. I'm hoping you're assembling your team to finally unravel the theory of everything. I'd love to get my hands on that data.
I am.
Excellent. Chauncey was looking for you, by the way. Good luck with the rest of your mission, 1K.
You're going back, aren't you?
We are. We can't leave Athena trapped.
But you're not going to shut the machine down, are you?
No.
Then let me just say this, okay? I understand what you believe in. I really do. I've always respected your vision of the future, Byron. It's beautiful. It's moving. But just consider that maybe there is another way. A way that is more humble and maybe less exciting, but no less beautiful. Just consider that maybe that machine doesn't have any answers for us. None that really matter. We don't need a theory of everything to be happy.
It was never just about happiness, Hal. But thank you for your honesty. All right, I'll see you at the VTOL.
All right.
Things are finally getting better.
Attention all citizens. A scavenging expedition to the western ruins will set out next week. If you'd like to participate, please get in touch with Garrus.
That makes me happy.
Hey dude, nice to see you again. I wanted to thank you. Last time we met, you told me I needed to learn to make my own choices. I thought about that a lot.
Okay. An actual future, not slowly rotting away, falling to waste.
You're back on your feet. One of which I fixed, by the way. You're welcome.
Back to megastructure. Will you come with me?
Of course I will. I think I might want this even more than you do. I want to explore,
I want to build. I want to be more than this grumpy old mechanic going through the motions. I want to live.
Then meet me at the VTOL.
See you there.
Welcome back, 1K.
Hi.
Thank you for saving Byron. I would have missed that old fool.
I think the New Jerusalem these days.
Lively. The city seems to be waking up from its lethargy.
Nice.
I hear a lot of people are working on new art, too.
That's great.
And I hear someone's figuring out how to make movies again.
That's even better. Thanks. That's all.
I'm really glad you made it, 1K. For a while, I really thought even Neath couldn't fix you.
I'm going back to Megastructure. Will you come with me?
Yes. I thought about it a lot, but we need the theory of everything. We can't keep hiding from the future. We have to have a little faith, not in technology, but in people, in ourselves.
I'll see you at the VTOL.
All right, I'll get ready.
Hi, 1K.
Sure.
I'm glad to see you made it, 1K.
How have you been?
You told me to listen to Helga, to pursue what makes me happy, and I figured out that what makes me happy is what I used to do, making prefab walls. Lucky for me, Mayor Byron has announced that the city will be expanding again, so there's loads for me to do.
You should get going.
Best of luck, 1K.
Now, someone's still missing. The museum is almost empty. Julian? They're still here.
Hi, 1K. Good to see you, 1K.
Cats. So, what does the religious fanatic have to say?
You've destroyed everything, 1K. I thought the Founder had chosen you, but you're the harbinger of our doom. I can only pray that you fail.
Oh, goodbye then. We build a world we can all share in abundance. Jefferson.
You know, I've been coming to this memorial day after day, thinking about Alexandra Drennan and her values. And you know what I finally realized? Alexandra Drennan is dead. She's gone. She can't help us now. It's not her burden anymore. No, it's Byron who embodies those values now. Byron and you. So I want you to know that you have my full support.
Yes.
I only wish I'd spent less time thinking about the past and more time actually doing something for the future.
Goodbye then. It still looks really nice. Just me, or is this thing being deconstructed now?
Founder bless you, friend.
You still believe in the Founder?
I believe the narrative of the Founder will always be with us in one form or another. I do not particularly care how it relates to Athena.
What do you think about our future?
Byron is a dangerous man. His belief in an objective, knowable reality, his fanatical dedication to this teleological narrative of human progress. These ideas should not have been allowed to dominate our government.
Goodbye.
Thank you for supporting Byron, 1K. He understands what this is really about. Not technology or science, but love. Love of humanity, yes, but within that, space for individual love to flourish. When you find Athena, please remember that.
I will. That's Pat the cat. That's all over there. Not sure, gonna check.
don't understand you, 1K. One day you say this, the next you say that.
I'm just trying to find my way like everyone else.
I guess life can be confusing that way. Goodbye, 1K.
Hi, 1K.
Welcome back.
Very pretty building, but it feels like it's a whole load of nothing.
Hey, 1K.
I wonder what Helga says.
1K, you're back.
How's the situation?
Listen, people responded to what you saw in the Sumner drone. I've seen 3 random acts of kindness just this morning.
It's good to hear. And otherwise?
I think people are happy with the change of leadership that happened while you were sleeping. But they're nervous about what you're going to do next.
I really should get going.
Chauncey was looking for you, by the way.
Chauncey. They might be above. Probably.
Hi, 1K.
Welcome.
Hello.
What a great looking structure. Weird design though, but it's fine. They're figuring themselves out.
Welcome back, 1K. Glad to see you're doing better.
How's Byron handling his new position?
Surprisingly calmly. He knows what he's doing, and he's gonna get the job done. He did have to kick out a few people, but he was a lot nicer about it than I would have been.
What do you think of a theory of everything?
I think it's only the beginning. Athena hasn't even scratched the surface of what you could do with it. And that's fine, she's just one person. The really interesting stuff is gonna start happening when you give this power to the people. When every citizen can bring their own ingenuity to it.
Are you working for Byron now?
I'm still doing the same job I did before, but Byron's removed some of the layers of bureaucracy, so we communicate more directly now, and we have more choices in how we deal with problems.
What happened to your strike?
Well, it's hard to believe, but we won.
Nice.
Turns out that does happen.
I have to go. Where's this Chauncey then? Atol?
1K. It's a pleasure to see you back on your feet. Everyone was quite worried about you. And let me just say that it means a lot to me that you've stuck by your principles despite all the pressure.
How's Patricia?
She's well, thank you. I hope that with the theory of everything, we'll be able to extend her life. She deserves immortality no less than we do.
How's the situation in the city?
We've finally started fixing stuff again.
That's great.
Byron has given people a sense of purpose and dignity. Not everyone is happy, but if you return with Athena and the theory of everything, I think this is going to be a golden age.
Hope so. And how are you?
I feel hope, 1K. Real, proper hope. We can transform the world. We can lessen suffering. It's going to happen, thanks to you.
I should get going.
Good luck, my friend.
In addition to the previously announced new scouting and scavenging expeditions and the reactivation of the abandoned mining and factory projects, Mayor Brown has asked the citizens to submit ideas for other possible undertakings, which are to be discussed at the next public assembly after Mayor Brown returns from the megastructure. Late longing. I yearn for a city that does not yet exist. It is a wealthy city, abundant, prosperous, full of life and energy. But its prosperity is not like that of cities of old. A thin gilded layer over a cesspool of misery. No, its riches are deep, permeate its every street. They fill it with depth and texture. It is a city of delights, of secret surprises, always growing, always changing. Its every citizen partake in its joys as well as its tragedies. I do not think this is the last city, the one our journey will end. I think it is the first. But someone has been looking for me, so let's waltz around, find out. Oh wow, you can see the old city, the human city over there. I never truly realized that. But it's a pretty city.
Good to see you, 1K.
Welcome back.
Good to see you, 1K.
Welcome back.
A lot's changed since you last walked the gardens, 1K.
Plants are growing.
Exactly. Would you like to know a secret?
Of course.
A long time ago, Doge may have mentioned a mysterious fifth friend of hers.
Oh.
I am that friend. You've demonstrated how much you want to share your compassion with the world. Well, welcome to the team. In case you ever need it, the code phrase is Moral Compiler Disco. You're not alone, 1K. Whatever you decide to do next.
Cool.
Hi.
I'm alright. Doesn't sound like it, but I'm alright. Can you see the dam from up here, maybe? Yeah, over there it is. That's a dam. What an amazing thing. So far away. Alright, I guess the whole crew is assembled.
I'm glad you're all here. I wish Al could come too, but he believes what he believes. Yakut, please take us up.
Aye, aye, Mr. Mayor, sir.
Don't do that.
Of course, Mr. Mayor, sir. I won't.
I'm switching to sleep mode.
What will Illy say?
I have only one thing to ask of you, my child. When at last you find yourself before Athena, be gentle to my old friend.
Okay.
The weight of the world was placed on her shoulders, and if she failed to carry it, it was because no one can carry such a burden alone.
Wow, so many lasers.
Alright, 1K, you're in charge now. If you want to explore, make sure we didn't miss anything out there, go ahead. When you're ready, let us know, and we'll head into the megastructure.
There seem to be more puzzles per cluster than necessary to gain access to the tower. I wonder what happens if you solve all of them.
Alright. This coughing isn't going to go away anytime soon. So I'm gonna enter stream right here. Well, first I'm just gonna enter stream. So, thank you for joining me on this wonderful, magical, technological, whatever, eagle journey to the Talos Principle 2. Next stream will be the Talos Principle 2 yet again. I'm coughing constantly. My body types up way too much, it all hurts. So yeah, anyway. I'll be standing here and I'll be jumping a lot. And once I stop, that's about when I enter stream. So, have a nice day to everyone who has watched all of this in the future and the past, I don't know. So yeah, bye bye, until, well, probably tomorrow.